gang investigation that you or any of your colleagues within the gang unit would be working in on?
That's gang members are inside and outside of the jail, and a lot of times those crimes cross-pollinate between the two. Something may originate inside the jail and move outside the jail to the gang members that are on the street, and something may occur outside the jail between two rival gangs that then moves inside the jail. And a lot of that communication is had via cell phone from inside and out of the jail among gang members. So a lot of times we have that phone and we can analyze it. It leads to additional fruits of the crime or gives us better investigative efforts towards solving some of those crimes that actually happen outside the jail.
And Detective, can you tell the jurors at around August 5th, 2025, did a deputy from the Fulton County Sheriff's Department contact you about some cell phones that were found in a pot in Fulton County Jail?
Yeah, on around that time, we had gotten images off an Instagram that had showed a drone drop at a certain location in the jail. I reached out to the Fulton County Jail, sent him pictures of that location, and said, "Hey, can you check this pod to see if there were any phones in that jail?" They did a pod search and recovered 3 cellular phones, and then he transferred those cellular phones to me for further analysis.
And you mentioned a term some of us may be familiar with. When you say drone drop, what do you mean by that?
So typically how the main way the cell phones get in the jail is somebody from outside the jail is coordinating with somebody from inside the jail in real time on a cell phone. They'll fly a drone carrying a bag of X amount of cell phones over the top of the jail. They'll release that. They'll either release that bag of phones onto jail property, and then the inmate will go get it. But a lot of times, they use this hook device they create and pull the actual bag through one of the windows in the jail that they've found a way to burn out.
And based on the intel, found that you were able to receive or come in contact with through your investigation, and then calling deputies with the Fulton County Jail over at the Union City part of the jail. Can you tell the jurors after you made that call, were any phones seized as it relates to the intel that you received?
Yes, there were 3 phones seized. And all 3 of those were released to my custody via chain of custody from the Fulton County Jail officer to directly to me.
And I want to show you argument tendered admitted evidence, the bag being State's Exhibit 130. Inside of State's Exhibit 130 is State's Exhibit 130A and State's Exhibit 130B. Do you recognize those phones that you received as it relates to the shakedown or search of the pod in the Union City Jail that you had gotten intel on?
Yes, sir.
And once you received those phones, can you tell the jurors some of the first steps that you took as it relates to searching, locating your contraband?
Yes, so the very first steps that I take normally in this process is I'll see if the cell phones power on, and then if they're password protected. In this particular incident, one of the phones we already had the PIN for, so that's the one that I started with. In this case, because it was contraband and it was abandoned at the time of recovery, there was no warrant needed to actually search the phone, so I started a manual manipulation process where I go in and typically look for any evidence that may attach this phone to a gang member. Because at this point, I don't know that it belongs to a gang member. It's just suspected that it belongs to a gang member. So I went through this phone on around the 8th or the 11th of August, and I found that nothing immediately jumped out and grabbed my attention. Came back to work the following day, told myself, well, let me look at it one more time. Started to look through it a little bit more and found a lot of selfies of a certain individual.
Yes.
one more cursory search to see if anything jumped out at you as it relates to any of your investigations or anything else that you recognize. I think you left off talking about you had seen somebody who had taken a number of selfies. And did you find any other information that was pertinent to an investigation that you happened to be investigating, or somebody or investigation you knew somebody had been working?
Yes, sir. So to continue, I was looking through the phone one more time, found those selfies, and then I came across some specific images that really caught my attention. On the phone were what was clear to me as internal communication, what appeared to be a detective's case file. And they said confidential across the page, which I know typically is only our homicide files are confidential. I looked a little closer and I saw Investigator Shepard's name on it, who I actually went to the academy class with, so that was a real easy phone call. I reached out to him and just asked him real quick, hey, do you recognize these? What, is this important to you? And he said, yes, that's for my case next month. Where did you get those? One thing led to another, and I realized that I had the defendant's phone in this particular case. I immediately reached out to Mr. Abate and said, hey, this is what I have. Are you interested in this phone? Obviously, he was extremely interested, and I met with, I believe, the investigator the next day and released the phone into Fulton County Investigator custodies to be examined further. Adam, okay, gotcha.
Once you reached out to both Detective Shepard and then members of the Fulton County Attorney's Office, did you then provide the cell phones that are for you at 6 to 130 and then specifically 130A and 130C to investigators here at the Fulton County DA's office?
Yes, I believe her name was Oliphant. Yep.
Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it. I have no further questions. If anything, I have some questions on proxy.
Examination?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
My name's Sean Hoover, and I represent Julian Conley. I just have, honestly, one question for you. Could you tell the jury what role did you play in the investigation for the shooting death of Secoriea Turner on July 4, 2020?
I did not play a role in that investigation.
No further questions.
Did the role that you just discussed kind of fall in your lap based on the defendant having an illegal contraband phone in his pod or jail cell?
Correct. The phone is my only connection to this case.
And that's a phone that you found 5 years later, after 2020?
Correct. August 2025.
And at the Fulton County Jail, are inmates permitted to have cell phones or cell phone chargers or any sort of outside communication related to a cell phone within their pods or within their reach?
100% no.
Nothing further. Yeah, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
May we call Detective Keith Sherwood?
Swear affirm the testimony you give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, go ahead and have a seat next to the mic. State and spell your name.
My name is Keith Sherwood, KeithSherwood.
Good afternoon, Detective Sherwood. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Georgia State Police Department. I had been with the Georgia Tech Police Department for over 6 years.
And can you tell the jurors, are you assigned to any specific unit or area within the Georgia State Police Department?
Yes, I'm employed at the Georgia Tech Police Department. I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division as a forensic investigator and examiner.
Can you tell the jurors briefly a little bit about your job responsibilities and duties as a criminal intelligence investigator in that department?
Yes, my duties and responsibilities include, in addition to assisting the investigators at our agency and outside agencies in general criminal investigation, I also specialize in general physical forensics such as CSI and digital forensics such as the examination of electronic devices.
I want to focus today a little bit about digital forensics and the investigations that you do and the tools that you use for those investigations. Can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
Yes, sir. Part of what my duties include is working with digital devices and electronic devices such as mobile devices, as commonly known as cell phones and tablets, and computers, desktops, laptops, and the analysis and acquisition of data from these devices. And that involves using multiple tools, which are such as the ones that we use are magnet forensics and gray key are some device and tools that we use. And there's also tools such as Cellbrite, which we also use. And there's a variety of different types. It's a matter of which is the preference of the examiner and is approved by your agency.
Now let me ask you this. You just used a lot of large kind of technical terms. Can you tell the jurors, as part of your job responsibilities and duties, when you receive digital evidence, do you receive things like cell phones, for example?
Yes, cell phones are probably the most common type of device that we'll receive for analysis.
And can you tell the jurors, when you receive, for example, a cell phone, what are the first steps that you take in order to try to pull any data or the information off the cell phone that you receive?
Yes, in an example such as mobile or cell phones, what I'll do is first determine do I have access to the device? Is it password locked? If so, do I have the password? And if I have that, then I can use these tools to perform what I call an acquisition and then have it analyzed. And we do this with special software that we have on one of our computers.
And let me ask you this question. In instances where you receive a cell phone in which, say, you don't have the password to get into a phone, are there ways and means for you to use different programs and equipment to still gain access, or I think your term was in order to have an
Acquisition and analysis. Yes. In cases where a device is passcode locked, there are some tools that are available to us. The one that we primarily use is known as magnet gray key, and it uses proprietary software. It means it's unique to this particular company and device, and it has the capability sometimes of bypassing passwords and passcodes to devices. It's not compatible with every kind of device, every kind of phone, but some of which it has proved useful in bypassing these passwords and providing us access to these devices which are locked.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, in August of this year, did you receive cell phones from investigators from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, I did. I received 3 cell phones from Fulton County District Attorney investigators.
And on the desk before you, there should be state exhibits 130A and then 130C, the 2 cell phones. Are those the phones that are those 2 of the phones that you received in relation to what was dropped off by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, they are. These are 2 of the 3 devices that were dropped off.
And can you tell the jurors, once you received those devices and began your part of the investigation or the acquisition of both phones, were you able to get into either of the phones?
I was able to get in the one phone, which I believe is listed as Exhibit 130A, which is a Samsung A15 cell phone.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, I know you went through the overall general process, but how you were able to get into State Exhibit 130A Samsung phone?
Yes, the Samsung phone, the investigators provided a passcode or PIN for the device already. So there was no attempt needed in trying to unlock the phone with Gray Key or any other tool. I was able to access it directly. And what I did then is the software that I use is called Magnet Axiom, and it's a well-known and well-used software in the digital forensic community. And as a result, what I did is I plugged it in and requested that it acquire all the relevant data that it could find on the device. And when it does this, it then puts it together in what I refer to as the analysis. So the initial is the acquisition. Essentially, it pulls the information off of the device, and then it separates it. I like to refer to as collating the information, and separates it into categories which are easy to understand and to look through for the investigator that is provided to. It'll separate it into images, media files, documents, emails, so that way I can then provide that information to the investigator for them to follow up on whatever information they need.
Kind of like how your actual cell phone will separate a photo or a folder for all your photos, for all your videos, a folder for messages, things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were able to successfully get into the phone and tell the jurors, were you able to get a full extraction or acquisition off the phone?
Yes, I was able to extract what I believe to be the full amount that it was capable of from the device. Yes.
And once the full amount was extracted or acquired from the phone, did the process that you just described as it relates to the separating or the coalition of the data, did that occur?
Yes, it did. It provided a summary of all of the individual items that were pulled off of it. And again, it separates them into different categories. It refers to them as file artifacts, but they're computer files.
Okay. And after that was done, can you tell the jurors at that point, does the district attorney's office have to come and seize your computer to get the information? How do we acquire the information?
No, the way I provide that information to investigators, whether it's with district attorney's office or whatever agency I am assisting, is they will provide, as in this case, external devices such as a flash drive, USB drives. They already provided all of that to me to place these files and whatever information I find onto this drive. And that's what I did. So I place it on a USB drive, which is then turned over back to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
I want to show you State 131. You will look that over and let me know if you recognize State 131.
Yes, I do. This is the USB drive, which the information I received from my examination I then placed onto this drive and was turned back over to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Now, is it common for you to assist agencies like the Fulton County District Attorney's Office or other agencies in the city of Atlanta throughout the greater Atlanta area?
Yes, sir. I assist agencies throughout the entire state.
And your forensic lab, where is it located?
We are located at the Georgia Tech Police Department, which is at 10th Street and Hemp Hill Avenue.
Right down the road.
Yes, sir.
You answered all my questions. I thank you for your time. Defense counsel may have a few.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Hoover, and I represent Julian Conley. I have a couple questions for you. Now, you said that there are a number of different types of proprietary software that you use.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain the different types that you have available to use?
types of software that we use, the one I refer to is Magnet Axiom. It's one of the products that are available from Magnet Forensics. Magnet Gray Key is a device that is also under Magnet Forensics, and it's actually a physical device, which is where you would plug in cell phones and other devices into it. And we also use Cellbrite, which is another commonly used tool by agencies throughout the country. So those are some of the examples of tools that we use.
Okay. And you said with the software that you use, you basically work on cell phones, tablets, computers, laptops, anything like that?
Yes, sir.
All right. I understand how you are extracting data from a cell phone. What do you do with laptops and computers? Because those are a little different.
Yes. With a laptop and a desktop computer, ideally what you want to do is image the hard drive of the device, and then you perform an examination off of the image.
And did you do that with any laptops or computers for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in this case?
I did not.
When were you first contacted by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
It was sometime in August. I believe the date was I know they arrived on the 14th of August of this year.
Of 2025?
Yes, sir.
And they gave you cell phones?
Yes, sir. They brought 3 cell phones.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you didn't take part in any part of this investigation until August of 2025.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So once we did get to August of 2025, no one from the police department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office ever gave you any surveillance videos or cameras or anything like that to work on?
No, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to the acquisition of the data that's extracted from the phone, can you tell the jurors, you talked about the artifacts and how it's separated in different file folders and things of that nature. Does it also separate each file by date and time and things of that nature?
Yes, sir. It breaks them down by file created date, file if there's whenever the file originally is, as it says, created, also file modification date and file access date. So it usually will break them down by those.
And based on your review of the successful extraction, was that done in what's contained in State Statute 131?
I did not review the contents of the extraction, but the general acquisition analysis that appears to have been the case. Just a cursory glance of files as they were found.
Okay, and we talked briefly about State Statute 131. You said that is the USB drive that you provided to the District Attorney's Office after you did the process that you described to this jury?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked State Statute 131 into evidence.
Any objection?
Based off of former conversations we have, I have no objection to it being tendered into evidence, but there may be objections shortly on.
As it relates to publishing it, no.
No objection.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. You can be excused from the state if you have questions from the
Any cross-examination?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think we have an evidentiary hearing outside your presence. Is that correct?
No.
What is it?
Depends on who they're calling. I don't know.
The only thing that would be required is for the court to read specific limiting instruction as it relates to the next 3 witnesses.
About 1 second.
All right, so the jury,
So we have another thought.
going to be honest, I've received it, but it's not very much.
I believe we do. We may need to work with it a little bit, but however, because this is specifically 418, it is here for a limited purpose. So that part still needs to remain. Now that there are no longer any other co-defendants connected to the case, sitting at the table.
Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, and take out relevant parties and not others. Such evidence may be considered for which the evidence is limited, not for any other purpose.
I'm good with that.
And then if we read the second paragraph, I would only read the last one. You may consider this evidence only for the purpose. Do you want that last sentence? Or is that going to be confusing?
Well, yes, I do want it, but the reason is, yes, there are no longer other co-defendants at the table. However, when the jury hears certain information, there will be other people involved in it. And I want to make sure it's clear to the jury that they have nothing to do with this case. They have nothing to do with the ultimate issue. If you were to say want to craft it differently, I believe that's okay, but I want to make sure that they are going to hear about other people being involved in other things. And I want to keep that separate from this trial.
Okay, anything you want to add to or amended, or you have to taking that phrase out of the first sentence and leaving the rest?
I think I'm okay with the charge generally. I think somewhere it needs to be stated that they're permitted to consider the evidence for its bearing on any matter to which it's relevant. Because that's the standard as it relates to 24-418, and that's what the State v. McKinney case stands for.
Okay, so we can change that last sentence. You may consider this evidence only insofar as any defendant which is named in testimony pertaining to such acts. And not that is going to mention, and save the sentence you just said.
You are permitted to consider that evidence for its bearing on any matter to which it is relevant. You are permitted to consider this evidence for its bearing on any matter to which you, the jury, deem relevant.
That's what I was saying. We can add to the jury now.
And I have no objection. I have no objection.
Microphone. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. Evidence regarding crimes and acts not specifically charged in the indictment have been offered as proof of the existence of a criminal street gang and criminal street gang activity. The commission of an enumerated offense by a defendant is not itself sufficient to prove evidence of criminal street gang. You may consider this evidence only insofar as it may relate to the defendant which is named in testimony pertaining to such acts and not as to others that are mentioned, and you are permitted to consider the evidence for its bearing on any issue to which you, the jury, deem it relevant. Is that fine? I read it badly, but okay. All right. Okay, I think we're ready for the jury.
You would land in a speed talking.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, I like it.
Poor Carrie.
Same way.
morning. How are you doing? Good, good. Did you finish your trial down the hall? Oh, okay.
You looking like Prince today. Now you got jokes. When you got an audience, you got jokes.
All right, for the jury. Julian, that kind of point.
Okay, members of the jury, thank you for your patience. I'm going to read you an instruction now, and you'll hear it again after some evidence. It relates to the next three witnesses. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. Evidence regarding crimes and acts not specifically charged in the indictment have been offered as proof or will be offered as proof of the existence of a criminal street gang and criminal street gang activity. The commission of an enumerated offense by a defendant is not sufficient itself to prove the existence of a criminal street gang. You may consider this evidence only insofar as it may relate to the defendant, which is named in testimony pertaining to such acts, and not as to others that are not named. And you are permitted to consider the evidence for its bearing on any issue to which you, the jury, deem it relevant. Okay, ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state of Georgia will call Jasmine Duffy.
Jasmine Duffy, Jasmine Duffy.
Good morning, Ms. Duffy. If you can scoot up closer to the mic, so you can make sure everyone can hear you. Ms. Duffy, how old are you?
33.
And how are you employed?
You said, how am I employed? I'm an admin.
All right. Do you have any kids?
Yes.
How many kids do you have?
One.
What is his or her age?
13.
13. Now I want to draw your attention back to March of 2020. Do you remember this day?
Yes.
And how did this day start for you?
I would say I got up regularly to go to work or whatever. But before then, I took my son, my niece, and my nephew to the pet store.
Okay. And when you took them to the pet store, what expressway were you traveling on?
20.
Is that
West.
I-20?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car were you driving?
A Ford Contour.
A Ford.
Ford Contour.
And who was all in the car with you?
My niece, my son, and my nephew.
Okay. How old is your niece?
At the time,
Yes.
not sure. She's 20-something now.
Okay. All right. So that was about 4 years ago, so she was anywhere between 16 and 20 years old.
Something like that.
Okay. And how old was your son then?
Maybe about 7, 8.
7, 8. And while you were traveling on I-20, can you tell the members of the jury what happened next?
I was traveling to go to Camp Creek to take my kids to the pet store, and a car on the left side of me, he threw something out the window. At the time, I said it was a firework.
Hold on one second. So you said the car that was on the left side of you, which lane were you in?
Let's say it's about 4 lanes. I was in the 3rd lane.
The third lane. And then the car that was on the left side of you, would that be the car that was on your driver's side?
Yes.
And do you remember what kind of car that was?
I want to say it was a Dodge Journey, maybe.
Okay.
Not sure.
Was it a truck or?
It was an SUV.
An SUV. Do you remember how many people was in this SUV?
3.
And do you remember where the 3 people were sitting?
Not sure.
Okay. Would you agree that there was a driver?
That threw something out the window?
No. Would you agree that there was a driver?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Would you agree that there was a passenger?
Yes.
And would you agree that there was somebody sitting in the back seat?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you remember about the passenger of this car?
He threw something out the window and looked at me like he wanted some problems.
Okay. And when you say he threw something out of the window, what did you believe at the time he threw out of the window?
I said firework.
Okay.
I didn't know the name of it, but I knew it was like a gender reveal powder dust.
Okay. So you said like a gender reveal powder dust. Was you referring to like what reveals whether or not?
If it's a boy or girl, yes.
And what color was this dust?
Pink or red.
All right. And once you, I'm sorry, where did the dust come from? Once you saw it rise, where was it coming from? Was it coming from underneath your car?
It just went everywhere.
Okay, try not to lead.
When this device exploded, what happened next?
Everything went pink or red.
Okay, so-
It was just in the air. Couldn't see nothing.
And once this happened, did you call 911?
Second, yes. My first thought, no.
Okay. Once you called 911, what happened after that?
I chased him.
Okay. So when you say you chased him, how did you chase him?
I went everywhere that he went. He went 285, I went 285.
Okay. And were you on the phone with 911 while you were following behind them?
Yes. Once I got my mind clear, because my first thought was to ram my car into his.
And why was that your first thought?
Because don't play with me while I got my child in my car. Okay. But I knew if I did that, I'd be doing the same thing that he was doing, putting my son's life in danger.
Okay. And were you on the phone with 911 the entire time?
Yes.
And at any point, did you see this car pull over?
No.
Okay. Did you lose sight of this car?
No.
And at some point, did you come in contact with Cobb County Police Department?
Yes.
And what happened?
I got in contact. I don't know where we were when I seen them, but I know that an officer looked at me and pointed at the car to make sure that was the correct car. I nodded my head, yes. They pulled him over. I kept going.
All right. And when you kept going, where did you go?
I went to the pet store in Cobb County.
So from there, did you ever receive a call to come back to the scene?
Yes.
And did you respond back to the scene?
Yes.
And if you remember, where did you go back to?
The battery.
The battery?
Mm-hmm.
Is that where the brakes play?
Yes.
And did you tell the officer where that person was sitting who threw the...
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where did you tell the officer?
The passenger seat.
Passenger seat. I am going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 117. Do you recognize that person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person in that photo?
The person that threw whatever he did out the window. And I remember his face because he gave me a very look like, I can cuss in here.
You can express yourself.
He gave me a look like, yeah, bitch, I did it.
Okay. Permission it wouldn't be published, but permission to publish States Exhibit 117 is already into evidence. It's already in.
Hey, you can publish it.
So, was this the person from the passenger side that threw the smoke?
Yes.
All right. And once that smoke came out, what happened next?
He looked at me. At first, I was gonna let it go. Everybody was swerving and braking on the highway, and it kind of made me mad. But then it was like when he gave me that look, it was like, yeah, I did it. And now you playing with me while I got my child in the car. So now we're gonna see who the bad is. And then this when I decided to chase him.
Okay, and when you chased him, you called 911?
I did.
1 second. The state will pass the witness. Defense may have some questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Duffy.
Good morning.
My name's Sean Hoover, and I represent Mr. Conley. I have a couple questions for you as well.
All right.
So you said this happened in March of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you said it was you in the car, correct?
Yes.
Your niece was in the car, correct?
Yes.
Your son was in the car?
Yes.
And was there
My nephew.
Nephew. All right. This is going to sound really weird, but I have to ask you. Back in March of 2020, was your niece part of a gang?
Objection relevance?
Well, Your Honor, specifically based off the type of witness this is, the type of testimony that's been coming out already, and the type of evidence that I believe the state is going to try to bring out, I believe it's relevant to set the tone of what's about to happen next.
Let's come up.
Now, again, I know it's a weird question, but your niece, she was around between 16 to 20 at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, was she a gang member? Or
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. And were you a part of a gang during that time?
No.
Right. And the other two were children, right? They were minors?
Correct.
Okay. You and your niece, did y'all have any issues with gang members during
Absolutely not.
Now, during your direct, when you were speaking with the district attorney, you never said that when what was it, a Dodge Journey drove by, that the passenger, the driver, or the person in the back were throwing up any type of gang signs, did you?
No.
Okay. And you never testified to the DA that when that vehicle drove by, either the driver, the passenger, or the person in the back were screaming out gang slang
No.
terminology. And you never testified with the DA that when that vehicle drove by, that the driver, the passenger, or the person in the back were throwing up gang signs or anything like that?
No.
Okay. You never testified with the DA that the driver, the passenger, or the person in the back was holding up any type of bandanas or
No.
clothing with gang insignia on it?
No.
And before that day, have you ever seen either the driver, the passenger, or the person in the back seat?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
No, Your Honor. She can be. Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer.
Morning, sir.
So I will, could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, they're in the courtroom, how you are currently employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Cobb County Police Department, and I am currently assigned to the Cobb County Police Training Facility as a mandate coordinator in charge of the police recruits.
And can you tell the jurors, how long have you been a member of the Cobb County Police Department?
Just over 13 years.
And I know you said you are at the training facility working with the recruits. Can you tell the jurors prior to that position, where were you employed within the Cobb County Police Department?
At the Cobb County Police Department, I started off my career at Zone 3, Precinct 3, which is around where the Braves Stadium is at now. I was assigned to uniform patrol for approximately 8 years. I finished off 8 years as a field training officer before I came over to the training facility to be in charge of the recruits.
And can you tell the jurors, were you working in that position in Zone 3, kind of around Truist Stadium back on March 29th of 2020?
Yes, sir, I was.
And can you tell the jurors, as a part of your employment and your position, did you work within Officer Boyd?
I did. He worked on day shift and I worked on evening watch, which overlapped and we saw each other constantly.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, back on March 29th of 2020, were you dispatched to assist Officer Boyd at 945 Battery Avenue?
I was.
And can you explain to the jurors, where is 945 Battery Avenue in Cobb County?
That is what we call 318 beat. You're looking at 285 at Cobb Parkway, which is one of our highest traffic areas, which is around the new stadium, which is Truist Park. You got the Cumberland Mall area around there. So it's one of our busiest intersections and busiest areas in Cobb County.
Is that kind of near what I would call the 285 kind of underpass right there by the Cobb Galleria?
Yes, sir, it is. It's right there.
And can you explain to the jurors why were you called out to assist over there at 945 Battery Avenue?
Yeah, so like I said, Officer Boyd got a dispatch that there was a vehicle traveling down 285, and the passenger of the vehicle was possibly throwing explosive devices underneath other vehicles. And that vehicle that called in, the complainant that called in, was still following that vehicle. So we responded to the area, trying to cut off that vehicle, try to catch up to him. The vehicle, being a Dodge Journey, displayed the tag of Charlie Bravo 6921, was located by Officer Boyd and other officers when he got off the exit to 285 eastbound and got off at Cobb Parkway, right where that mall is at, and the Braves Stadium and the Galleria that day. It was observed just under that underpass.
And when you arrived to assist Officer Boyd, did you arrive by yourself, or did other officers with the Cobb County Police Department also arrive to assist?
Multiple officers arrived to assist with him, just because the nature of the call. That's not a call that you usually get, is about explosives going underneath cars and things like that. So it's very concerning.
And can you tell the jurors, once you got there, kind of the first steps that you took as it relates to assisting Officer Boyd with what now would be a stop vehicle?
Yes, sir. So Officer Boyd got behind the vehicle, verified the vehicle that he was behind fit the description of what we were looking for. When he did so, he noticed the passengers inside the vehicle, saw multiple passengers inside the vehicle, moving around more than any other passengers usually would be moving around, is the way he would probably describe it. He had put that over the radio channel that he had some people moving inside the vehicle, possibly occupied 3 times inside the vehicle. And anytime you kind of say, hey, there's 3 people inside the vehicle, 4 people inside the vehicle.
Hold on 1 second.
Yep.
I have to object to the hearsay.
Sorry, he couldn't hear me. My microphone wasn't on.
I'm sorry.
This witness has said a lot of what other people have said, so I know it's difficult because we're on screens, but I will object to the hearsay.
I'll ask a more tailored, specific question.
Okay,
of what
thank you.
So once you arrived, and you said there had been some communication over the radio. I don't want to talk about what was actually communicated. When you arrived, did you get out of your vehicle?
When I arrived, Officer Boyd had stopped the vehicle near the Battery Avenue, which is 945 Battery Avenue, is when I started pulling up to assist him.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took once you arrived to assist and got out of your vehicle to speak with or assist Officer Boyd?
Yeah, when Officer Boyd, when he pulled up, he's on the PA system getting suspects to control their hands and things of that nature. We end up pulling the suspects out of the vehicle, the occupants inside the vehicle out, and began doing a pat down for any kind of weapons or obviously explosive devices, what the call came in as.
Can you tell the jurors, you said use the word occupants, plural. Do you recall how many occupants were inside the Dodge Journey that you talked about?
I want to say there was 3 to 4 occupants inside the vehicle.
Okay. And once the occupants of the vehicle were removed, and you said that they patted down for, I think you said weapons or any other possible explosive devices?
Correct. Yes, we brought them outside the vehicle. We pat them down, have them have a seat on the curb while we conduct our investigation outside of that vehicle.
And can you tell the jurors the next steps that you took as it relates to your assistance and anything that you noticed about the vehicle itself as you walked around it?
Yes, sir. You know, as we opened the doors to the vehicle and have them exit out, our first part was to conduct our pat down of the actual individuals, have them sit down the curb. While the doors are open, after we got everyone out of the vehicle, I could actually see a weapon in the driver's side floorboard.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you saw that weapon in plain view, what did you do next as it relates to not only that weapon, but any additional search of the vehicle?
Yeah, obviously we took that weapon and made it safe, put it into a safe location with our vehicles. And then myself and multiple other officers conducted a search of the vehicle to make sure there's no other weapons found inside the vehicle, which we were able to find multiple weapons inside the vehicle.
Okay. And you said there were other officers assisting you in the search of that Dodge Journey. Was Officer Gzanka one of the officers who also responded to assist and assisted in the search you just described?
Yes, sir, it was.
Right. And from your recollection, was Officer Gzanka the individual or the officer who took custody or control of any evidence such as the guns that you described as it relates to this search in this case?
He did. He works day shift along with Officer Boyd. Most officers that work on the same shift will kind of assist each other with taking those weapons and securing them and looking them over and things like that. So that's something he would do on that situation.
Now, I know it's been some years, but do you have a recollection of any one of the occupants in the vehicle having a twist-like or hairstyle?
Yeah, we identified one of the individuals, Conley, as being the passenger with the twist, and the description of the male who was actually throwing explosives out of the vehicle.
Okay. And other than what you've described for the jury here today, and the assistance you provided to Officer Boyd and the other members of the Cobb County Police Department who arrived to assist, did that kind of complete your role and responsibilities as it relates to this case from March 29th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
And
Yeah.
I forgot to ask you, so I apologize. Can you tell the jurors, we know this happened on March 29th of 2020. Do you remember about what time this was all occurring on that day?
The only thing I can regulate or reframe or go back to is during the day, about 3:20. I think that's what it was too. So 3:20 is when day shift is still on there and evening watch is coming on shift. So we overlap each other like that.
Okay. So sometime in the middle of the afternoon, it sounds like.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions. I hope you're feeling better. Defense may have a few on cross.
Thank you.
Good morning, Officer Gallup. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, perfect.
Hold on one second. Oh, a pen. Okay. You sure? Okay. That's what you're supposed to do. Just wave and good job.
Are we good?
Yep. Go right ahead.
So my name's Sean Hoover, and I represent Mr. Conley. Can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, perfect. I have a couple of questions for you as well. You said this happened around 3:20 p.m. that day?
Yes, sir.
All right, and there were 3 to 4 occupants in the vehicle?
That's correct, sir.
What type of vehicle was it again?
Dodge Journey.
Who was the Dodge Journey registered to?
I would have to look at the report. If you give me a second, I can look at that.
Sure, if you needed to refresh your recollection, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I have it on this report of who the actual registered owner is. I don't know if it was a driver or not. Honestly, I can't remember unless it's on this report or not.
And I don't know if I actually heard you. Did you collect any of the evidence, or you were just assisting and another officer collected everything?
Assisting. So, like, obviously the weapon, obviously locating that, searching the vehicle. When we searched the vehicle, any guns that we did pull out, Officer Gzanka and guys from day shift that were assisting Boyd, Officer Boyd, them being the people that are going to take the report, the officers that are going to take the report, we're more assisting getting all that stuff over to them, and they're going to be they were the ones that documented it, held on to everything, and put everything in evidence.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, you said you got the occupants out. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up. You said multiple passengers were in there moving around more than usual?
Yeah, he put it out as
without telling us hearsay.
What's that?
Without giving us hearsay testimony, you can't tell us what somebody else said.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's the traffic that came across.
Okay, so did you see the passengers moving more than normal?
No, sir, I did not actually witness that myself.
Gotcha. So you have no idea which passenger was doing what before the vehicle was stopped, do you?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, and I apologize, I swore you in, but I didn't ask you to state and spell your name for the record. That way, Madam Court Reporter can get a full transcription of all this.
Yes, sir. It's Officer Brett Gallimore. First name is Brett. Last name is Gallimore, Galllimore.
Thank you, sir. No further questions from the state.
Can he be
Sir?
released? Can he be excused? Okay, thank you. Hope you feel better.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Officer Gzanka. It's Grzonka.
Good morning, Officer Gzanka.
Good morning.
Can you please tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you are employed?
I'm employed with the Cobb County Police Department
How long?
for 9.5 years now.
Y'all anticipate our questions. And what are your duties and responsibilities with the Cobb County Police Department?
I'm with the patrol division, so I answer calls and enforce traffic and criminal laws.
And were you employed as such on March 29th of 2020?
I was.
And did you get a call on March 29th of 2020?
I did.
In regards to an incident on Parkway?
It started on I-285 between Atlanta Road and Paces Ferry.
Did you respond to that call?
Yes.
Where did you respond to?
I responded to Battery Avenue at Cobb Parkway.
And when you got to Battery Avenue, what occurred?
Officer Boyd had located a suspect vehicle where a complainant had called in saying a front seat passenger of a Dodge Journey had thrown some kind of device underneath her car, which then exploded.
What did you do? Did you observe the vehicle when you got there?
I did.
What did you do as a result of what you observed?
I helped to get the people out of the vehicle, 3 subjects in total, and helped search the car after Officer Gallimore stated he observed a firearm in the front passenger floorboard.
And tell us about the search of the car.
We located several firearms, 4 handguns and 1 long gun, as well as approximately 1,000 rounds of ammunition between what is loaded in magazines and boxed and bagged.
And were you the person in charge of collecting that evidence?
I assisted along with the other officers.
And when you collect evidence, do you do what's called a property law?
I do.
And show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 32A. 132A. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a list of property that was collected for evidence purposes.
In regards to the style?
Correct.
Have there been any additions or deletions to that?
Not to my knowledge.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 132 be amended to that.
Any objection?
I have no objection to 132A.
132A.
No objection to 132A, Your Honor.
Okay, it's amended.
And can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, exactly what all you recovered?
So we recovered a tan military-style backpack. Located within were several handguns, magazines, ammunition, I think 2 masks, and latex and regular gloves.
And I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes.
And what is State's 136?
That was the bag that the firearms, ammunition, and Mr. Conley's ID was located in.
That was going to be my next question. Did you know who owned that bag?
Yeah. Yes.
How were you able to determine who owned that particular bag?
We found an ID for Mr. Conley along with a couple other IDs, and he had stated that it was his bag.
And I'm sure what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137.
I have some of.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 137?
Yes.
And what is State's 137?
Oh.
I'm sorry, 137.
It is a pair of gloves, masks, and a red bandana.
And if you could open up, are you able to see all those objects?
Yes.
I haven't opened it up?
Yes.
And that was found inside of State's 136, the book bag that belonged to Mr. Conley.
That is correct.
And State's 135?
Do you want me to open it or?
Yes, if you could open it. And let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, they were a real ID for a second person as well as an ID with that person's name and Mr. Conley's picture on it. So it was improper.
Changes to that, to those items, those 2 items as part of State's 137.
Not that I can tell.
And you indicated that there was a real ID, 135, I missed.
Yes, it's a real ID for Reginald Lane, as well as an ID with Reginald Lane's name on it, as well as Mr. Conley's picture.
Fake ID.
Correct.
I asked the State's Exhibit 135,
135? It's admitted and you can produce. If there are any weapons, have they been made safe?
Yes, there are 2 weapons, Your Honor, they have been raised in the
Okay.
office.
Okay.
You can look at states 134, 133, 134, and 139. Let me know if you recognize. Yes, if you could go ahead. That's states 139.
Yeah, they were the 2 firearms, one a Glock 33.
States exhibit 133, you recognize that.
Yes, it is the Glock handgun that was located inside the bag.
And states exhibit 134, you recognize that.
Yeah, it was a HK VP9 also located in the bag.
And states 139, I believe.
Yeah, it's a box of 6 Sauer ammunition, 9 millimeter.
States exhibit 134, 133, 134, 139.
Objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted and you can produce.
Now, let me ask you, the call, did you receive, so we have the 2 guns, are there magazines in states 133 and 134 as well?
Yes.
Were they fully loaded magazines?
From what I recall, I believe they were, yes.
And then in regards to the property sheet, besides these 2 weapons, the book bags, ammunition in states 139, did y'all report any smoke bombs at all?
Yes, 2 smoke bombs that were then turned over to the bombs team.
And do you know what happened to those smoke bombs after it's turned over to the bomb squad?
I'm not privy to their procedure, but I would assume that they're destroyed.
As you look at states 138, and once you recognize it, you can cut it open and place the items inside 138. Do you recognize states 138?
Yes.
What is how do you recognize it?
There were magazines and ammunition located inside the bag.
Any changes alterations to those recovered? Before you do that, any changes to any of that evidence that you recovered?
Not that I can see.
States 138 would be this evidence.
I have no objection. Can we just remind the witness that we can't really publish evidence until it's been tendered properly, please?
Sorry.
Okay. All right, and that's number 138?
138, yes.
Okay, that's admitted.
How many rounds is that?
I believe it was approximately 200 rounds.
Inside of that, are there additional rounds?
Yes.
Do they all appear to be the same types of rounds, the ones that's inside? And actually, I'm going to mark that as states 138A.
Want the
Inside of states 138A, is that additional ammunition?
yes.
And what type of ammunition is that?
The additional rounds inside that envelope are what are known as hollow point rounds.
What is hollow point rounds?
It's essentially a round where the center of it has been hollowed out to aid in expansion and or fragmentation of the round.
Layman's terms, what does that mean?
It's more lethal.
How many rounds, you on duty today?
I am.
How many rounds you got on?
I have approximately 89 rounds for my primary.
And was this bag with these 200 odd bullets and the hollow points found inside the book bag that belonged to Mr. Conley?
Yes.
And I'm sure what has been marked as states 132 and 3.
Yes.
And what states what's contained in the states? How are you able to recognize it?
It's a standard booking photo for our jail.
And does it appear to be any alterations or weakness or modifications to that?
No.
I'd ask the states to do the 132 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
And who was that booking photo?
Julian Conley.
In that booking photo, what hairstyle does he appear to have?
He has short dreads / twists.
And is that the person that was the ownership of all of the items we just went through, and the person that was booked in on March 29th and 2020?
That is correct.
Did you have any other involvement outside of the case besides collecting the evidence?
No.
Nothing further at this time, no.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So I heard you say it, but I'm going to butcher it. Could you say it for me one more time?
Gzanka.
Gzanka. Good morning, Officer Gzanka. My name's Sean Hoover, and I represent Julian Conley.
Good morning.
I have some questions for you as well. How many 5.56 rounds did you find in that vehicle?
I don't recall.
How many 223 rounds did you find in that vehicle?
Don't recall.
Okay, so out of the hundreds of rounds that you and the state just talked about, we know none of them were 5.56 or 223, correct?
I don't recall how many were 5.56, 223, and how many were other rounds.
Is that on the property list?
No, we were only able to collect the ammunition we knew to belong to Mr. Conley because we could not prove any other involvement for the other rounds.
Okay, so based off of what you collected from Mr. Conley, how many of those rounds were 5.56 rounds?
0.
How many of those rounds were 223 rounds?
0.
Okay. States 134, you said that was a HKVP9 handgun?
Correct.
And since it's a 9, that's a new one to me. Is that a 9mm?
That is correct.
Okay. So that gun wasn't used in the shooting of Secoriea Turner, correct?
I wouldn't know.
You have no idea. Okay. States 33, that was you said it was a Glock?
Correct.
Right. What type of rounds did that take?
I believe it's 357 SIG.
And that gun wasn't used in the shooting of Miss Turner either, correct?
I don't know.
Don't know. Okay. Now, are you familiar with who Miss Duffy is?
I believe she was the complainant / victim.
Did you ever receive information that Miss Duffy saw somebody pointing an HKVP9 at her vehicle?
The only thing I can recall was that a device was thrown underneath her vehicle.
Okay, so that's a no. You never received information that she saw an HKVP9 pointed at her vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever receive information that Miss Duffy saw a Glock pointed at her vehicle?
No.
Did you ever receive information that the complainant, Miss Duffy, saw someone holding any type of guns at any time while they were on the road together?
No.
Okay. Did you ever receive any type of information that Miss Duffy said anyone in that vehicle had a mask on their face?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever receive any type of information that said the complainant, Miss Duffy, reported that anyone in that vehicle had latex gloves on?
No.
Did you ever receive any type of information that the complainant, Miss Duffy, said that someone had a red bandana on?
No.
And you said one of the IDs had the name of Reginald Wayne on it?
Lane.
Lane,
Yeah.
L-A-N-E?
L-A-N-E.
Okay. Did you ever receive information that the complainant, Miss Duffy, reported that somebody was screaming out, "I'm Reginald Lane"?
No.
Okay. And if I heard you correctly, it's your understanding that the person that was in the front passenger seat is the one that threw some type of smoke bomb?
Some kind of device, correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just a little bit. First I'd ask if states 132 can be published.
You can publish it.
Officer Gzanka,
got some actually. Apparently need better scissors. It was two gloves, one mask with a spider web print on it, one surgical style mask with red imitation jewels, and a red bandana.
How is that bandana? Is it open or how does it appear?
It's folded and tied into a circle.
And I think Mr. Hoover asked you about any 5.56 or any 223. Was there any weapons in their car capable of firing 5.56 and 223?
Yes, there was one long gun that was capable of firing that round.
What type of gun was that?
AR style long gun.
AR-15?
Yes.
Now, if I heard you correctly, you said you only recovered evidence that you believe Mr. Conley owned, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Conley didn't own that AR-15. Is that safe to say?
Yes, I believe the driver stated that was his long gun.
Okay. I guess my last question is, since the state had you open stuff up and show it to the jury, what, if any of that evidence there, can help the jury determine who shot Secoriea Turner?
I have no knowledge of that case.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
So the driver told you that the AR-15 belonged to him.
I believe so, yes.
Did y'all want to check to see who it belonged to?
We don't have that capability
So y'all
on the
just
road.
went based on the driver who was driving around, Mr. Conley telling you that AR-15 belonged to him.
Correct.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. He may be excused.
Okay, you can be excused. Any objection? No objection. All right, you can be excused. All right, members of the jury, how long would you like for lunch today? That'll give you enough time to go get it? Okay. All right, we'll see you in 45 minutes.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, anything we need to take up before the lunch break? All right, see you in a few minutes. So I'll give that charge again after lunch. Do I need to give that charge in addition to the information about the telephone? I mean, it's potentially a crime?
Well, I'm going to hesitate to say yes, but I think there's a lot we need to discuss.
Okay, when are we going to get to, when do we need to discuss that? Okay, hold on 1 second. So will you go ahead and let him know when what witness are you looking for to make that argument?
Whatever witness they're going to try to actually show some of whatever's found on the cell phone.
That'll be the very last witness for the state. It would be former special agent Jerrion Coleman.
Okay.
So that'll be after, there'll be two witnesses after lunch.
We have crime lab still?
Yeah, we have lunch, then we'll have Dr. Sullivan, Sarah been home, and then
That was mean to do. Right for lunch. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
that was she said.
Okay. All right. We'll see you after lunch. to show us? So stop streaming, Raymond.
Sorry.
I don't know how to do that. Do you on this equipment? I don't think we know.
Because, yeah.
I don't think we know.
We're live, so anything that's published will be published on the
YouTube
itself, versus his camera going. So we'll probably just stop the live from YouTube when the photos get ready to come.
So stop the stream.
Stop the stream.
You know how to do that? Okay. Okay. Thank you for the heads up. And I'll give a warning in the courtroom too. All good? Okay, what time is it right now?
seeing you standing. You look so tall. When you're sitting up there, you staring down at me. I was just staring down and like, dumb question.
All right, to the jury. All right, Julian, is that accounted for?
Okay, call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Sullivan.
You raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm this testimony you give to the court and the truth, the whole truth, self?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. It's in my state, spell your name for the court.
Karen Sullivan, Karensullivan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell us how you are employed in?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
And how long have you held that position as the Chief Medical Examiner?
Since spring of 2021, I believe.
Before the spring of 2021, were you employed with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I was
And what was the position that you held at that time?
the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education, background, and training to allow you to be the now Chief Medical Examiner here in Fulton County?
I have an undergraduate degree in zoology from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and a master's degree in anatomy from the University of Georgia. And after getting my master's degree, I was a high school teacher here in Fulton County for about 5 years before going to medical school at Morehouse School of Medicine here in Atlanta. And then after graduating from Morehouse, I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Emory, and then an additional year of forensic pathology fellowship training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in conjunction with Emory.
And can you tell us what are your responsibilities as the Chief Medical Examiner are in 2020, what were your duties and responsibilities as a Deputy Medical Examiner?
Actually, in the last half of 2020, I was the interim chief medical examiner. Our job is to determine the cause and manner of death of people who die of sudden, unexpected, or unexplained causes, people who die as a result of trauma, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person. In addition, as the interim chief and now chief medical examiner, I'm also the department head for that department, so I have a number of administrative duties.
Over the course of your career, how many autopsies would you say you have performed?
I've either performed myself or supervised pathology residents and fellows, at least 3,000 autopsies.
How many of those, if you know, involve gunshot wounds?
Probably between 10 and 20%.
And have you ever
I have.
About how many times have you testified as an expert?
More than 100.
And each of those times were you qualified and continued as an expert?
I was.
Have you ever failed to qualify as an expert?
No.
In what field were you qualified in as an expert?
Anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
At this time, it's safe to tender Dr. Sullivan as an expert.
Any objection?
Absolutely not.
Okay, she's so qualified.
Can you talk us through in regards to when you were doing an autopsy that involves a gunshot wound? And I ask you a question. What is a penetrating wound?
Penetrating means that the bullet entered the body but then stayed there and did not exit.
And if it's not penetrating, what is the other type of gunshot wound considered to be?
Perforating, meaning there's both an entrance and an exit wound.
In a penetrating gunshot wound, are you able to, I believe you said, possibly recover the projectile that causes the injury?
Yes.
And are you able to determine the path in which that gun bullet would have taken or that projectile would have taken within the body?
Yes.
Do you discuss that in your autopsy report?
Yes.
Are you able to determine the range of fire when you are doing an autopsy involving a gunshot wound?
We're able to classify it, yes.
And what is that? How do you classify it?
Well, you classify the range of fire based on the presence or absence of gunpowder residue, either on the skin or within the soft tissue.
Is that the terminology that you use, foot or stipple?
Yes.
And I believe, did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on the victim, in this case, Secoriea Turner?
I did.
Do you recall when that was that you performed that autopsy?
It was on Monday, July the 6th, 2020, starting at 9:30 in the morning.
When we talked about the path, or is it considered to be the path or the trajectory that the projectile takes in the body?
Yes.
How do you determine, what position do you look at, or should the body be in when you're talking about what path that it takes within the body?
We describe a decedent or deceased individual as being in the anatomic position so that they're standing facing you with their palms facing out.
With their feet down, palms facing out?
Correct, yes.
And why do you do it in that manner to describe the trajectory that the projectile took inside the person's body?
Well, one, it's a uniform standard way of describing a projectile's pathway. The other is a particular gunshot wound trajectory can be the same despite a number of different positions that a person's body is in when they are shot. So I describe it to students as a game of Twister. You can still have your hand touching the yellow dot and your right foot touching the red dot, but how you are in relationship to those dots can be different with your hand and feet still being in the same position.
When you consider the path or trajectory in regards to that projectile, are you talking about what's happening inside the body or outside the body?
Inside the body.
And is that because the body is moving? Can that, when it takes on that gunshot, let me ask you another question. Are you able to determine how the body is moving or positioned at the time that that gunshot occurs?
Not in detail, no.
And I'm going to show you what's in the March States Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
And do you recognize States 140?
Yes, it's a copy of Secoria's autopsy report.
And is that the report that you completed after doing the autopsy involving Secoriea Turner?
It is.
Have any additions, deletions, manipulations been made to that report?
No.
And does that report contain your findings from the autopsy that you performed on Secoriea Turner?
It does.
Save it as the state's number 140 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Besides the report, do you do anything else to memorialize the autopsy that you performed?
We take photographs, or photographs are taken both before the autopsy and during the autopsy to demonstrate the findings that the doctor is seeing.
And I'm going to show you what's in the margin of states 141 through 150.
I do recognize them.
How do you recognize it?
They're copies of photographs that were taken during Secoria's autopsy.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy that was performed on Secoriea Turner?
They do.
I'd ask the states exhibit 140 through 150 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to those?
No objection, although I would ask if there have been provisions made to preserve a degree of dignity.
We've talked to, it will not be shown, we're saying we're live streaming, but it will not be shown via the live stream. I believe we asked the live stream be turned off.
Okay, it's time then to end the live stream. Thank you.
Cameraman has agreed not to show the screens during
I couldn't hear what you just said.
Cameraman has agreed not to show
Oh,
the screens during this portion of Dr. Sullivan's testimony.
okay. Thank you.
We're going to start with State's Exhibit 141. If you could tell us what is contained in State's 141, Dr. Sullivan.
This is a photograph of the Fulton County Medical Examiner Center identification tag that was attached to Secoria's disaster or body bag. And on it is written her name with her last name first, her age, race, and sex. And in the top right-hand corner here is her medical examiner case number, 20-1357.
State's 142.
This is a photograph of Secoriea. It's taken from her right-hand side as she was received in our office.
In State's 143.
It's a corresponding photograph from her left-hand side.
Now, during the course of your autopsy, one of the things that you look at is to whether or not there was any medical intervention taken prior to you receiving the body.
Yes.
And in this case, were you able to determine if there was any medical intervention that was taken on behalf of Secoriea Turner prior to her coming to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, there was.
Can you tell us about that medical intervention that was taken?
There's in her mouth an endotracheal tube to help her breathe. There's an IV or intravascular catheter in her left antecubital fossa or the crook of her left elbow. There's a similar catheter in her right leg, and those are to provide fluids for resuscitation. There's a surgical incision across her chest that was made by the doctors in order to try to examine any areas of injury that hopefully they could repair to help save her life and or to give cardiac massage. In addition, there's a piece of gauze here on the front of her neck that covers a tracheostomy incision where an incision has been made into her neck in case an airway was needed to be introduced into the trachea if she could not be intubated through the mouth.
Were you able to determine from your examination whether or not a tracheotomy tube had to be placed inside of her neck?
No, there was no incision in the trachea itself, just in the soft tissue.
And State's Exhibit 144. What are we looking at here?
This is a facial identification photograph taken of Secoriea. It's one of the standard photographs that have taken of decedents in our office. And here in the front of her neck, now that that gauze has been removed, is the tracheotomy incision. So this is a similar facial identification photograph, now with a placard on Secoria's chest that has her case number.
And I understand you said that is a Fulton County medical examiner's case number. What do those numbers mean?
Well, 20 means that Secoria's death was reported in the year 2020, and her death was number 1,357 that was reported to our office that year.
In regards to when Secoriea came into the medical examiner's office, do you make a determination about her health and well-being prior to you starting your autopsy during the course of your autopsy?
Yes, that's part of the external examination.
And what were your findings in regards to that external examination?
That Secoriea was well-nourished and well-developed and externally had no medical issues that were identified.
States 146. What are we observing here in States 146?
So this is a photograph of Secoria's back showing this large gunshot wound on the right side of her upper back.
Does that gunshot, the size of that gunshot wound, indicate anything to you?
Well, it's suggestive of an intermediary object because of the size of the wound, that the bullet passed through some other object before striking her back and was tumbling, and therefore creating a larger entrance wound than might otherwise be seen.
States 147. And what are we looking at in States 147?
So in this photograph, now Secoriea is lying face down on the examination table and her back has been cleaned. And again, it's this large entrance wound on the right side of her upper back. And in addition, there's a contusion or bruise that's at the edge of the wound.
Does that indicate anything to you, that contusion or bruise?
Well, it's suggestive that her back may have been against something firm and caused the movement of the bullet through her back, caused her back to strike whatever she may have been sitting in, or some part of the vehicle to strike her back.
You said vehicle. Did you know where Secoriea was at the time that she was shot in the back?
We had the information that she was a passenger in a vehicle.
And are you able, we talked about the path earlier, can you tell us about the path that this projectile kind of took throughout Secoria's body?
Before the x-ray of homicide victims, our office does x-rays on a person's body to identify where any retained projectiles may be. And in Secoria's case, there was a small piece of projectile on the right side of her chest and a larger piece on the left side of the chest. In Secoria's case, the projectile moved from her back towards her front, from her right towards her left, and upward. It passed through the right side of her back, the right scapula, which is the shoulder blade, the back of the right fifth and sixth ribs, the right lung, the right mainstem bronchus, which is the branch of the trachea that goes to the right lung, the pulmonary artery and aorta, which are the large blood vessels that leave the top of the heart to distribute blood to the lungs and the remainder of the body, respectively. It went through her thymus gland, which is a small gland in chest that's especially prominent in children, that's responsible for making white blood cells. The anterior or front aspect of her left first rib, and then lodged in the left pectoralis major muscle, or the left large chest muscle. A small fragment was recovered from Secoria's right lung. And the passage of this bullet through Secoria's body caused rib fractures, hemopericardium, which means blood in the sac where the heart is, because of the passage through the pulmonary artery and aorta, even though the bullet didn't pass through the heart itself. And bilateral hemothoraces, which means blood in either side of the chest cavity.
What would be the natural and probable consequences of such an injury?
Well, with that degree of blood loss, then that blood is not available in Secoria's body to supply oxygen to her internal organs, most importantly, her brain and her heart itself. So in terms of her heart, that lack of blood flow can cause an abnormal heart rhythm or dysrhythmia, which means that the heart's not beating in a coordinated fashion, and therefore blood's not circulating to the internal organs. And of course, the lack of blood flow to the brain can cause brain death. This is a closer view of the entrance wound on the right side of Secoria's back.
What is that marker indicating that is on her back in case 148?
This is a ruler that has her case number on it so that anyone else who looks at the photographs can get an idea of the size of the wound because of the presence of the ruler.
And are we able to see that abrasion that you were talking about a little bit better in case 148?
Yes. So right at the edge of the wound, this whiter area is the subcutaneous tissue that is exposed because of the passage of the bullet into the body. And that's called an abrasion. And abrasions are most commonly seen with entrance wounds.
And you talked about fragments, the projectile going in, if it's moving, it's going through the body, it's breaking apart. Is that uncommon or unusual for that to occur?
It's not uncommon, no.
And State's Exhibit 149? Is that just a closer view of what we've been talking about?
It is.
And State's Exhibit 150? What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 150?
These are the projectile fragments that were recovered from Secoria's body.
And going back, we don't have to go back to State's Exhibit 149. Would there have been any medical intervention that would have caused that gunshot wound to be the size that it was?
No.
Was it just purely the bullet tumbling as it's entering into her body? I guess it's like a spiral, it's just winding up and making it bigger as it enters inside of her.
Well, or instead of the spiral, it's tumbling.
And State's 150, were you able to tell, first I stopped myself and probably answered me, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 150?
These are the projectile fragments that were recovered from Secoria's body.
And were you able to make any indication about the caliber of weapon that that projectile came from at all?
No.
What do you do with that projectile once it has been removed?
So once it's photographed, it's sealed in a plastic evidence box and then placed in a locked receptacle in our office before our office colleagues transfer it to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for analysis.
And I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151. Recognize State's Exhibit 151.
Yes, I do recognize it. It's a plastic evidence box that has the projectile fragments recovered from Secoriea, and within the box is this label that I've labeled torso with my initials.
And that is the projectile that was removed from Secoriea during the autopsy.
Yes.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 151 be admitted.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. It's admitted.
Dr. Sullivan, were you able to make a determination as to the cause of death of Secoriea Turner?
Yes.
And what was that cause of death?
Gunshot wound of the back.
And were you able to make a determination as to the manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that manner?
Homicide.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
It's always good seeing you, Dr. Sullivan.
Good to see you too.
I'm just going to ask you a few brief questions, I think.
Are you going to be looking at photographs during her testimony?
No.
Okay, so we can resume the stream.
We talked a bit about trajectory. And if I recall your testimony, the trajectory is right to left, low to high, back to front.
Correct.
So, and I believe you indicated that you were given information that that young girl was sitting in a car, correct?
Correct.
And you also testified about a wound on the back that is consistent with the back being against a firm surface, correct?
That is correct.
Would the seat be such, potentially at least, such a firm surface?
It could be, yes.
And you charted to some extent, not to some extent, you expertly charted the path of that bullet internally, correct?
Yes.
And was there any damage to, well, I'll withdraw that. There's a section in your report that talks about the musculoskeletal system. And I don't speak your language. How's that word, how should that word be pronounced?
Musculoskeletal.
Musculoskeletal. And you did not indicate anything in that musculoskeletal section that appeared abnormal, correct?
Abnormally formed.
Correct.
Correct.
Or you didn't note any defects in your vision, other than there's some damage to the rib, correct?
If I can look at the report. No, I simply said that the skeletal muscles are symmetrical.
There is nothing indicative of, for example, that projectile hitting the scapula and ricocheting, correct?
Well, that information about the scapula is under the evidence of acute injury section on page 4 of the report.
The scapula, and that's what, that flat V-shaped bone, sort of shoulder blade bone?
It is.
It's not shattered or anything, is it?
Well, the projectile went through it, but it was still in that same outline of a scapula.
And so, you didn't detect any drastic, I'll withdraw that, you didn't detect anything to suggest an irregular path within the body, is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by irregular.
Versus a straight line, the path was somewhat a straight line, correct?
Well, there was both vertical deviation and right-left deviation.
But nothing indicative of a full-scale 180-degree change in direction, correct?
No, that's correct.
And as you indicate, and I am going to, and from where, were you told, were you given any indication of where a potential shooter or shooters were?
No.
where you are sitting, and if this is a car with the driver's side facing you, based on what you have determined to be a right to left, low to high, back to front trajectory, from where you're sitting right now, and assuming again the back is against the seat at a firm surface, that would not be consistent with that path, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And with the path being upward, that would be suggestive of the shooter, as it were, taking a lowered stance. Is that fair to say?
That's a possibility.
Not only is it a possibility, I guess, as a scientist, that would be a reasonable possibility, correct? Or you may use those words interchangeably. That would be reasonable, correct?
It would be reasonable.
And to some extent, or are you capable of weighing reasonable alternatives if presented?
Some alternatives are more reasonable than others.
Based on your testimony of the back being against the firm surface and the trajectory being right to left, low to high, back to front, would it be more reasonable that someone sitting at prosecution table would be the shooter rather than someone sitting where you're sitting?
Assuming that the person being shot is sitting as you are now.
And being that, again, your testimony was that there was a firm surface, let's make that assumption. So making that assumption, it would be more reasonable that the shooter would be to the right side, correct?
Correct.
Or it would also be reasonable that the shooter could be more toward the back, but taking more of a kneeling or squatting position. Isn't that correct?
That's a possibility.
In terms of relativeness of possibilities, that would be a greater possibility than a person, a stationary person, sitting where you're sitting, correct?
Correct. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Sullivan, that bruising that you saw, could that come, you know, before that body would have to be up on a smooth surface at the time that the bullet wound went in? Could it come after she's been shot and leaned up against something?
It could be if her body recoils with enough force to strike the seat again.
If there's a seatbelt stuck behind her as she's being shot and tugging going on, trying to get that seatbelt off, could that cause those bruises that you saw?
That could, yes.
And if all the defects and shots that entered into that car are on the driver's side, nothing from the right side, would it be fair to say that the gunshots that came into that car and shot and killed Secoriea came from the driver's side?
But object to the mischaracterization of evidence, Ronna. There is evidence of 2 shots in the rear of the vehicle.
I can pull out the photographs.
I think it would be a good idea to do that.
13. Before I start, are you familiar with what bullet holes may look like in the car on the driver's side versus the
Right, I don't know if
passenger
the state
side?
has withdrawn its previous question, but there's still an objection on the table. I don't know what's.
I'm showing her the photographs.
You're rephrasing your question.
Yes.
Okay.
I was just kind of setting it up. Are you familiar with the driver's side and the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
If you can look at State's Exhibit number 13, are you able to see defects in State's Exhibit number 13?
Yes.
If you could please clarify. If we could pull out, is that the driver's side or the passenger side of the vehicle?
The driver's side.
State's Exhibit 14. And that's 2, right?
Correct.
16, I'm sorry, you could zoom in. Are you able to see any defects in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes.
If you could please circle it up. Are you able to see any other defects? And so, to be fair, the one closest to the driver's door, would that be the same as the defect that you circled in State's Exhibit 13?
It may have been.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna go to the back panel. Are we on the passenger side or the driver's side?
The driver's side.
How many defects did you note on the passenger back seat area?
I'm sorry.
How many defects did you notice on the back passenger on the driver's side?
I'm sorry. Okay. I apologize. I got confused with. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So now we're up to 6 defects.
Correct.
2 in the front panel, 2 in the back panel. 3 in the back panel and 1 in the back bumper area. All on the driver's side. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And then what part of the car are we looking at in State's Exhibit 20?
The back, primarily the driver's side.
And if you could circle any defects you noticed on there.
I'm not sure if this is one there. So here, sorry, let me erase these. There, not sure if that's one in the glass. That's, I believe I had circled that, but I'm not sure now if that's an actual defect or a scrape.
But at least, how many would you say in the back trunk area of that vehicle?
2, possibly 3, and then one more here is 4.
And what side of the car are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 26?
The passenger side.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Abadi to zoom in, if you could circle if you see any defects on the right side of that vehicle at all.
I don't see anything that I can definitively say is a gunshot wound here, but I can't tell if some of these specks are dirt or paint or actual defects.
You're familiar with APD having a crime scene check?
Yes.
And their job is to go out and take photographs of any defects that they may see in relationship to the investigation of the case?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say if they didn't find any?
Objection leading.
It is leading.
Would it be fair to say?
Objection leading.
Would they be the individuals to determine defects in the car in regards to a closer image?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ragus talked to you about from low to high. Does what's going on inside the car affect how that bullet would be entering into Secoria's
Objection
body?
outside the scope of expertise, Your Honor.
Okay, let's hear your question, and then I'll decide before you answer. Please, doctor.
With what's going on with Secoriea, what she's doing inside that car at the time that those 8 shots are coming into it, affect the path of that bullet as it enters into her body?
I think she can answer that.
Oh, right, right. No objection to that question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
So if she is moving, jumping up and down, trying to dodge bullet shots, are you going to get a different path of her body?
Objection, leading.
Well, I think it's just a very specific question. Go ahead.
Yes.
If she's leaning over trying to get out of the seatbelt, is that going to affect the path of that bullet inside of her body?
It could, yes.
Would that affect the low, the high, the left, the right, the back, the front?
Yes.
Recross?
Let's sort of, I don't know the technical term, but let's, I think what the state indicated was if a person is jumping and turning, perhaps at the same time, but that, of course, a person's position inside a car would affect the trajectory, correct?
That is correct.
Although, again, it was determined, or your testimony was that there was a firm, the back at some point at least appeared to be against a firm surface, correct?
That is correct.
And let's say a person, to the extent a person is possible while sitting in a seatbelt, jumps up and down. Does vertical motion impact left and right?
Well, it's not, the movement of a person is going to be in 3 dimensions throughout space. So I don't look at a person moving simply in one plane as opposed to all 3, as they may be interacting with another person or being assaulted or shot.
So, if a person is seated and are in this position, but if they're elevated a few inches higher, that would not impact left and right, would it?
No, that would impact the vertical.
The vertical, but not the horizontal.
Correct.
Further questions?
So that would affect the low to high?
Depending on where the projectile is coming from, but also that's assuming that there's no firm object within the body that is being struck. And in Secoria's case, the bullet hit multiple ribs and her right shoulder blade, which you can reasonably expect would alter the pathway of the bullet.
If she is leaning over, is that going to affect the pathway?
It could.
So let's, as the state demonstrated, leaning in that position, that would not change left and right, correct?
Well, what it can.
Position the state, I apologize, the position the state just demonstrated, leaning in this position, if that person who's firing is in your area, that would not impact left to right, would it?
What it can do is to bring parts of her body in terms of the bones into the pathway of the bullet. Because again, a person's not moving simply in one plane, but in 3. Even if the majority of the movement is left or right or up or down. So that can bring the bony structures that may not be impacted by a bullet into the pathway of the bullet because of the change of position.
And having said that, with the bullet entering, as your testimony has indicated, on the right side of the back, that would make such a maneuver fairly difficult, correct?
To go from right to left?
Right, while the back is against a firm seat.
It's still a possibility.
In terms of relative possibilities, the most reasonable of those possibilities, based on all the evidence we have, is that the shooter was not on the left
Well, given the fact that the gunshot wounds are on the left side of the car and none were on the right, as a person of science, then I can assume that the bullet that entered Secoria's body entered from the left side of the car.
Or, isn't it also correct, there are two bullets, defects in the back of the car, correct?
That is correct.
And the bullets could have entered the back of that car also, correct?
Right, from the left side back of the car, yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
If the car is moving and the shooter is stationary, at some point would that shooter be in the back of the car?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can she be excused?
No objection.
No, from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, ready to call your next witness?
I'm sorry. Ms. Van Holm.
My name is Sarah. That's Sarah with an H, and my last name is Van Holm. That's VanHolm, and that's 2 words.
Good afternoon, Ms. Van Holm.
Good afternoon.
If you could please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you are employed.
I am currently employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science as a firearms examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
Since July of 2017, so a little over 8 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as at the GBI?
So as a firearms examiner, primarily we determine if a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm or not. If no firearm is submitted, we can determine if a group of cartridge cases or a group of bullets was fired from the same firearm, and potentially provide a list of firearms in which they were fired from. We also perform services in serial number restoration and muzzle to target distance determination.
What does that last part mean?
Muzzle to target distance determination.
And what does that mean? From the muzzle to how far, I guess, yes, from the muzzle to the actual target?
Yes, so typically it's going to be clothing. We are looking at the concentration of the gunpowder residues on clothing. And yes, it's the distance from the muzzle of the firearm to the object itself.
Is that the slip or sniffling that possibly the ME looks for to determine the range as well?
It can be if it's on skin.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background and your training that allowed you to hold this position with the GBI?
Yes, so I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of North Georgia. Prior to being employed with the GBI, I was a operations manager for a small firearms manufacturing company. I was a certified firearms instructor, and I was also a professional competitive shooter. Upon being employed with the GBI, I completed a 14-month training program to become a firearms examiner, and that was followed by 7 months of supervised casework. I have been certified as an armorer for multiple firearms manufacturers. I have attended multiple conferences and conventions that are firearms examiner related and just firearms related. And I'm also a member of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners as well.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the field of firearm examination?
Yes, I have.
And have you About how many times have you done that?
I believe this would be my 83rd time.
At any time have you not been qualified as a firearms examiner?
No.
At this time, the state would ask that Ms. Van Home be tendered into evidence as a firearms examiner expert.
Any objection? Okay, she's so qualified.
Can you kind of describe the process that you go through when you receive evidence for purposes of examination, specifically firearms?
Yes. So what we are looking at as firearms examiners are the repeating patterns of markings that are formed on the different components of a cartridge during the firing process of a firearm. And those markings are formed during the manufacture of that firearm. And I do have a demonstrative if I'm able to use it. It's a cartridge.
Have you seen it? Okay.
I'll mark it as state's exhibit. And as they're doing that, can you kind of give us, because we use different terminology in regards when we're talking about firearms. What is, and I don't know if
It depends on what the question is.
what's a cartridge case?
Yes, that would help.
We'd ask that it just be demonstrative purposes.
No objection for demonstrative purposes.
It's so admitted.
Okay. So as firearms examiners, what we are looking at are the repeating patterns of markings that are imparted on the different components of what we call a cartridge during the firing process of a firearm. So a cartridge is a single unit of unfired ammunition. It's composed of 4 main parts. Your main housing is going to be your cartridge case, sometimes referred to as a shell casing. In the mouth of that cartridge case is going to be your bullet or your projectile. Inside of that cartridge case is going to be your gunpowder or your smokeless powder. And then on the base of that cartridge is going to be what's called a primer, kind of looks like a button. So when the trigger is pulled on a firearm, it releases what's called a firing pin. That firing pin is going to dimple that primer on the back of that cartridge. And what that does is it creates a rapid gas expansion inside of that cartridge case. That rapid gas expansion actually dislodges this bullet from the mouth of the cartridge case and sends it traveling down the barrel of the firearm, where that projectile is going to pick up markings from the barrel of that firearm, from the rifling of that firearm. Well, because of equal and opposite reactions, as that bullet is being pushed down the barrel of the firearm, this cartridge case is actually slammed against the breech face of the firearm. It's also expanding slightly inside the chamber of that firearm. All of these interactions with that firearm are creating markings from that firearm to the cartridge case and to the projectile that we as firearms examiners will receive as evidence, the bullet and the cartridge cases, to be able to examine and look at those patterns of markings.
And is that the same mechanism that is used in any type of firearm?
So as far as the actual firing process, it can change depending on the type of firearm, but overall, the interactions are going to be pretty similar.
If we were discussing an AR-15, what would the mechanism of that, I guess, when you're firing a cartridge case or a live round out of an AR-15?
Yeah, so that's a semi-automatic type rifle. And that cycle of fire would be very similar to that. So when the trigger is pulled on an AR-15 firearm, it's going to dimple that primer. It's going to cause that rapid gas expansion that's going to send the projectile down the barrel of the firearm. This cartridge case is actually going to hit what's called the bolt of an AR-15, and that's going to cycle the firearm. When the bolt comes backwards, it's going to pull that cartridge case out of the chamber and eject it from the firearm. So that's how an AR-15 is going to work similarly.
And the ejection of those cartridge cases, how does that occur in
So once the cartridge is fired inside the chamber of the firearm, that bolt on the AR-15 is actually going to retract, which is going to pull that cartridge case out of the chamber, kind of grabs it like a claw, pulls it out of the chamber, and then there is a mechanism on the bolt called an ejector, and that's going to hit that cartridge case and send it out of the ejection port, or that opening on the side of the firearm.
And when that cartridge casing comes out of the AR-15, can it just go anywhere? Is there a particular path of travel that it generally takes?
So typically, because the ejection port is on the right side of the firearm, it's going to go to the right and to the rear of the shooter.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and triggered into state's evidence as 60M. And it's still locked and safe.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with what's in State's Exhibit 60M?
Yes, I am.
Is that the AR-15 that we kind of were talking about before?
This is an AR-15 style firearm. That is correct.
Are there different styles of AR-15?
So AR-15 is a type of operating system for a firearm. They can fire different types of calibers, but generally the operating system is going to be the same. It's a rotating bolt. Ooh. It's a rotating bolt gas-operated firearm.
How many rounds does a general AR-15 hold or carry?
That's going to depend on the magazine that you use in it.
Is there different magazines that can go into that weapon?
Yes.
What's the least amount of rounds that one would hold?
You can get, you can put one cartridge in here without a magazine and fire it, or you can get any number of magazines that will hold different numbers of rounds. It just depends on the company.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 60. Well, you can put that back in. Is there a trigger pressure on AR-15s?
It does take a certain amount to pull the trigger on any firearm.
Do you know what it would be on an AR-15?
It's going to depend on the firearm.
And in State's Exhibit number 112, do you see the weapon that is depicted in State's Exhibit 112?
It's a little difficult to see it in that picture.
Is that better?
Not really.
State's Exhibit 113. Well, 113.
112, 113, and 128.
Pull up 113. Is that better, State's 113?
Yes.
In State's 113, is that weapon similar to what we've just been looking at, the AR-15 in State's Exhibit 60M?
So just based on a picture, whether it is a real firearm or not, I do not know the answer to that. However, the silhouette is resembling an AR-15 style firearm.
And how, in regards to chambering and rifling an AR-15, do you know the mechanics of that?
Yes.
What is a mischamber or a double feed?
So a double feed is caused when a cartridge is loaded into the chamber of the firearm, and then the firearm tries to load another cartridge behind it.
And what would happen with that original cartridge that's inside the barrel when another one is trying to be placed in there?
So different things. It just depends on the circumstances of what is going on with the firearm itself, whether it's a magazine issue or a bolt issue. So can you?
So if someone already has a live round in there and they're trying to put another one in there, could it eject that one live round eject out of the gun, out of the weapon?
So typically you'll have one cartridge in the chamber of the firearm and then one trying to load behind it, but the bolt won't be able to close. So you'll have to eject the magazine and eject that second cartridge in order to be able to fire the firearm.
So does that mean you have to take it out, take the cartridge out?
Yeah, if there's two in the chamber and then one behind it, you'd have to take one out.
Are there things that can affect where that cartridge casing may be located after it has been fired? Does it remain in one spot, or could there be environmental things that affect how where it lands once the case is fired?
Oh, there can be many factors that can affect where cartridge cases land.
Could moving vehicles affect cartridge casing in the location that they're found in once the weapon has been fired?
If they're fired out of the moving vehicle?
No, if the moving vehicles go in the area where that cartridge casing has landed once it's been fired.
Oh, if the cartridge cases have been run over, then yes, that can affect where they are, for sure.
If individuals are sweeping after that shot is fired, could that affect the location of the cartridge casing?
Yes.
Could wind affect the location of the cartridge casing?
Wind?
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
People walking around in the area keeping things.
Yes, that's also a variable that can affect it.
Once a projectile is ejected from the weapon, what happens with that projectile once it hits the surface?
A bullet,
Yes.
once it exits the barrel.
Once it exits the barrel and hits the surface.
So if it hits a surface that's harder than the metal it's made of, it's going to deform.
And when you say deform, what does that mean?
It's going to become misshapen.
Could it fragment? Can it break apart?
Yes, absolutely.
In this case, were you asked to examine specific evidence in regards to firearms or ballistics evidence?
Yes,
And did you complete a report as a result of that?
I did.
152 was already in evidence. 60, which contains 68, and then 60.
Could you hear which ones?
Do you recognize states 60 and the contents of any specific to those paragraphs? Do you recognize states 152?
Yes, I do.
And how are you able to recognize states 152?
This is the report that I developed on this case.
Have there been any deletions, additions, or alterations to that report that you created?
Not that I see.
I'd ask the states exhibit 152 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. It's admitted.
So we'll start with states 60A through K, I believe.
Hold on one second. Can you hear the prosecutor, members of the jury? Okay, go ahead. I couldn't hear you for a second.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you're fine.
We'll start with state 60, I believe it's A through K.
Just let me look here.
And for your purposes, it would have been, do you mark it differently than what the state has marked it?
Yes, I do.
And for purposes of your reports, I believe it's 22.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to organize this. Yes, 22A.
And then what is states 22A?
22A is going to be the 7 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridge cases.
And did you have a piece of evidence that you marked as your 22B?
I do.
And that would be State Exhibit number 60H?
That is correct.
And what is your 22A State 60H?
My 22B State 60H is going to be 1223 cartridge case.
And your 22C, which would be State 60I?
That's correct.
And what is contained in State 60I?
That's 1 9mm cartridge case.
And how were you able to determine that State 60I is a 9mm cartridge case?
How was I able to determine it was a 9mm cartridge case? The head stamp says 9mm on it.
Are you able to determine what type of firearm that it was fired from?
I was not.
Why is that? Why are you unable to determine that?
So when we determine the manufacturer that a cartridge case was fired from, what we're looking at are called class characteristics. So those are markings on that cartridge case that tell us how that firearm was made. And different manufacturers will have different tells on their firearms so that we might be able to determine what type of firearm it was. These markings on this cartridge case were a little bit they weren't unique enough for me to determine which manufacturer they were from.
And that's that 9mm cartridge case?
Yes, that's correct.
And then State's Exhibit 60L.
Can you repeat that? Oh, yes.
And what number is that for you during your examination?
That's item number 23 for me.
And what is State's Exhibit 60L in your 23?
So that's a 38 class bullet.
And when you say a bullet, is that the same as a projectile?
Yes, that's correct.
Does that mean that has been fired?
Yes.
And how, when you were able to determine that it was a 9mm?
No, it's a 38 class.
In a 38 class, what types of weapons can a 38 class, I'm messing up the terminology, bullet be fired from?
That's all right. So 38 class is going to encompass a few different cartridges because the projectiles on those cartridges are about the same size. So it's a generic term for a certain number of cartridges. So 38 class is going to include 380, 9mm, 38 special, and 357 Magnum.
And those are all handguns that you described?
Yes.
And let's talk about States 60J through K. I believe that is your 22D.
22D. Yes.
And can you tell us what is in States 60J and K in your 22D?
Yes, so 22D is going to be 2.223 cartridges. So that's 2.223 unfired ammunition.
Is that what you would call like a live round?
Some would refer to it as a live round, yes.
And were you able to make any determinations in regards to State 60J and K as far as, I believe you said it was a 223, is it the same manufacturer, same type?
So it's the same size cartridge, so it's a 223 cartridge. One is a Frontier manufacturer that made that cartridge, and the other is a Federal.
So one is a Frontier. Can you tell me which one of those was a Frontier?
Might need my scissors now. No, I think I'm okay, thanks. It would be States Exhibit 60J. Is the Frontier. 60K is Federal.
And then we're going to move back to your 22B, which was State 60H.
Yes.
And can you tell us what is that in State 60H?
60H is the 1.223 cartridge case.
And does that mean that when you say case, it has been fired?
Yes, correct. That 223 cartridge case is consistent with having been fired from an AR-15 style firearm.
And then states 60A through G. What is state 60A through G?
So that's 7 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridge cases.
And will tell us about your findings in regards to your examination of states 60A through G in regards to those 5.56 cartridge cases.
So those 7 5.56 cartridge cases were all fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a 5.56 by 45 AR-15 style firearm.
Can a 223 and a 5.56 be fired from the same weapon?
So typically you can fire a 223 in a 5.56 firearm. You don't necessarily want to fire a 5.56 in a 223 designated firearm.
Why is that?
The 5.56 is typically a higher pressured round. So if the firearm is only rated for 223, it may not be able to handle the pressure of a 5.56.
Tell us about the 5.56 higher pressure round. What does that mean?
So that means it's going to typically have a little bit more powder inside of the cartridge. Typically a 5.56 is going to be around 58,000 PSI, where a 223 is going to be around a 55,000 PSI. That's pounds per square inch of pressure.
Does that affect the accuracy, the speed, and the distance that once it's fired, that projectile or bullet will go?
It can be argued that a 5.56 has a higher velocity and more accurate than a 223, but that may be debatable.
But definitely more gunpowder,
Yes.
which creates more power.
Yes.
If those 7 5.56 cartridge casings that you examined and that 223 cartridge case that you examined, if they appeared through your examination to have been fired from the same weapon?
So the result for the 7 5.56 cartridge cases and the 1 223 cartridge case was inconclusive. So it was not determined whether they were fired from the same firearm or not.
Now, you said that it wouldn't be wise to fire a 5.56 from a weapon that is designed for a 223. What about firing a 223 in a weapon that was designed for a 5.56?
That would be just fine.
Is it unusual for individuals to load, in your knowledge as a firearms expert, different calibers of bullets into a weapon?
So because 5.56 and 223 are essentially the same cartridge, one is just a higher pressured round. From the naked eye, you can't tell the difference between the sizes of the cartridge themselves. So to see 223 and 5.56 intermingled is not unusual.
If you're pulling, as you're loading your rounds, if you're pulling them out of bags and not the boxes that they would normally come in, could that occur?
It could occur.
And we've talked about the casings and the cartridge casings and the cartridges that you examined. Did you have an opportunity to examine anything else in this case?
I examined the projectile from the medical examiner's office. Yes, I do.
And the process that you utilized to examine the projectile, can you kind of walk us through that process?
Yes. So when you receive a single projectile, there's no comparison to be made to other projectiles. And if you don't receive a firearm, you can't test fire that firearm to be able to compare to the test fires of that firearm. So what we are looking at on that projectile are just going to be those class characteristics, which are going to be those markings that kind of indicate to us what the design of that firearm is. So we're looking at caliber. We're looking at the rifling on the projectile itself, and that's going to give us some information. what direction that rifling is going, the width of those lands and grooves from that rifling, we can actually measure and put into a database that's going to kick us back manufacturers that manufacture their barrels to those specifications. And so we are able to provide a list of firearms potentially for manufacturers that fired that projectile.
And did you do that in this case? Did you compare that projectile that was received from the medical examiner's office that was removed from Secoriea Turner's body to the evidence that, the other evidence that we talked about today?
So I can't compare a projectile to cartridge cases. I can't determine if a projectile came from a cartridge case, and that's because when that projectile leaves the mouth of that cartridge case, all those markings are going to be covered up by the actual rifling of the barrel. So we don't do that. However, I was able to give a type of firearm in which that projectile was fired from.
Were you able to get a caliber?
I was able.
And what was that caliber?
The caliber was .556.
And were you able to give a type of weapon that it could have been fired from?
Yes, it was an AR-15 style firearm.
And is that similar to the AR-15 style rifle that those 7.556, let me say shell casings because I started confusing myself, the cartridge cases came from?
Yes, that is the same style firearm.
Now, you talked about earlier, if you had a firearm to compare those shell casings against, that you could utilize that to analyze what would you utilize it for?
So if I received a firearm that exhibited the same class characteristics, so it's a .556 firearm, it's an AR-15, then I would test fire that firearm and compare it to the cartridge cases and to the projectile.
And could you use that firearm to determine whether or not it is the same or matches the shell casings that you have?
Potentially, yes.
Could you also, if you got a firearm, could you also utilize that, analyze that firearm and those shell casings to eliminate it as being the weapon that fired those shell casings?
Again, it's a possibility.
Did you receive a firearm in this case to do any of that type of analyzing?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Ms. Van Holm.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sean Hoover, and I represent Julian Conley. I have some questions for you. I've tried to make this as succinct as possible. If I ask you a question that just sounds weird, please let me know so I can rephrase it, okay? Okay. Now, you said this was, let me back up. You testified with the state about an AR-15 operating system. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you're not talking about one specific gun. You're talking about an operating system that's literally on like 7 or 8 different types of weapons, correct?
Yes, it's on a lot of firearms.
As an example, Colt makes an AR-15 style rifle. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Smith & Wesson makes an AR-15 type rifle, correct?
Yes, they do.
Heckler & Koch makes an AR-15 style rifle, correct?
Yes, Heckler & Koch does.
Sig Sauer makes an AR-15 style rifle, correct?
They do.
Ruger makes an AR-15 style rifle, correct?
They do.
LWRC makes an AR-15 style rifle, correct?
Yes, they do.
And Diamondback makes an AR-15 style rifle. Is that correct?
They do.
Okay. So when you're saying that it's an AR-15 style rifle, you're not saying it's a particular rifle. You're saying it's a type of operating system that multiple manufacturers make. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a lot like saying an SUV for cars.
Thank you. And the weapon, I don't even, oh, right there in front of me. The weapon that you showed the jury, that's not, you're not saying that any of these cartridges, any of these bullets, any of those, the ballistics came from that particular weapon, correct?
No, I'm not.
In fact, based off of your analysis of the ballistics in this case, you don't know which manufacturer actually created the gun that fired the weapons that killed the young girl, do you?
That's correct. I do not know the manufacturer.
And I saw that you had, just like me, you had a little trouble looking at the gun in the pictures the state put up because they're blurry. You can't even tell the jury that the gun that the state had you display in front of them is the same gun that we saw in the pictures, can you?
Oh, no, I cannot.
All right, so let's talk about characteristics a little bit. There are class characteristics, subclass characteristics, and individualized characteristics, correct?
That's correct.
All right, could you explain to the jury what class characteristics are?
Yes, absolutely. So class characteristics, as we talked about before, are our broadest category of characteristics. So those, again, are going to be those markings that are indicative of the design of the firearm. So caliber, obviously, being one. The rifling on a bullet would be another. Firing pin impression shape is another class characteristic. That's going to tell us how that gun was made.
And if you had enough class characteristics, if you found enough class characteristics, are you able to tell what particular manufacturer built or made the gun that was used?
So it depends on the class characteristics. So some manufacturers have unique enough characteristics that we can say, okay, this cartridge case was fired from this manufacturer, but that is not always the case.
And in this particular case, this part of your investigation, you do not have enough class characteristics to determine the actual manufacturer that created the gun, correct?
Yes, so I can't tell the manufacturer of the firearm. I can just tell the operating system of the firearm.
Okay. And could you please tell the jury what subclass characteristics are?
Yes, so after class characteristics, if our class characteristics are agreeing, the next markings that we're looking at are our smaller group called subclass characteristics. Now, subclass characteristics are markings that are formed during the manufacture of a firearm, and they can be common across a small subset of firearms that are manufactured around the same time period. So if the same tool is cutting the same firearm piece, then those markings can carry over and they can be common across a small group of firearms before that tool has changed to create those unique markings.
And finally, the individualized characteristics. Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, so we go from class characteristics to subclass characteristics to finally the bread and butter of what we do as firearms examiners, which are those individual characteristics. Those individual characteristics are also incidental to the manufacture of the firearm. They are unique to that firearm, but they're also incidental to the wear and tear of that particular firearm. So those are the markings that we're going to use to make our determinations.
Now, if I heard you correctly, the analysis you conducted, looking at the class characteristics, sub-characteristics, and individualized characteristics, the conclusion you came up with was inconclusive.
For the 7556 cartridge cases, those were identified as having been fired from the same firearm. Now, that group to the 1223 cartridge case was inconclusive.
So, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the state talked a lot about how a certain weapon can fire both the 556 and the 223, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But based off of your expert analysis on all of this, you can't tell the jury that you know for a fact that one weapon fired the 556 rounds that you analyzed and the 223, can you?
That's correct, I can't.
So you can't tell this jury that only one weapon fired into that vehicle on the night of the shooting, can you?
Based on the inconclusive result to that 1223 cartridge case, because there wasn't enough information, I cannot say that it was one firearm.
And I have to ask this because the state asked you this. Before you received everything and started processing the information, were you ever notified that there were people sweeping up cartridge casings that you couldn't get?
No.
Were you ever notified that there were vehicles driving over cartridge casings that were too damaged, so they just didn't send them to you?
I'm not aware of that.
And were you ever notified that people were like walking around, I guess, kicking casings that we couldn't get to you, or they couldn't get to you?
I wouldn't know the circumstances of where the cartridge cases were picked up.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
So what you were able to determine, what caliber was the projectile that was removed from Secoriea Turner's body?
It was a 556 projectile.
And those 7 shell casings that came from the crime scene eventually, what caliber were those?
The 7 cartridge cases that I did together were also 556 by 45 millimeter cartridge cases.
And were they all shot from the same firearm based on your detailed analysis of those cartridge casings?
Those 7 were, yes.
And you can only analyze what you get to determine whether or not the gun matches, the shell casings matches, and the bullet or projectile match, correct?
I can only analyze what I have.
Did you get a gun to analyze in this case to eliminate it as being the murder weapon?
I did not receive a firearm.
Thank you.
Okay, can she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, she may.
All right, thank you for joining us. We can get out of here. Okay, are you ready for the next witness, or do we need to take up some matters? Mr. Hoover? Okay. All right, will you all step out for a few minutes?
All right, to the jury.
Okay. Were charges brought as a result of that video?
No.
There's no charges right now about that? Okay. All right.
I have to stay here because my laptop is here. Your Honor, the first video that the state played is actually from May 28, 2025, and it's in a completely different part of the jail, a completely different room. The second one, which is the fight, that was July 12, 2005, or 25. The state tried to make it sound like Mr. Conley is filming, floating around like this, and then the very next one was the fight. That's not true. Looking at the over 77 videos, Your Honor, between May 28, 2025 and July 12, 2025, there are a ton of videos, there are a ton of pictures. A lot of them have nothing to do with Mr. Conley. He's not in them. This did happen like, okay, this is one part of the day, and then the next part of the day, a fight happened. This is over 2 months later. And again, it's clear from the phone, it's clear that multiple people have possession of this phone. It's not just one person, Your Honor. So to say that we can prove that he had the phone at this day means he owns the phone completely, and he's also filming the second day. If you looked at that video, Your Honor, you don't see him at all. You don't see tattoos. You don't hear his voice. No one references his name or anything like that. So this isn't what the state is trying to say it's going to be. We don't deny that that first one from May 28, 2025, Mr. Conley's in it. If they want to play that, I still say there's a 403 issue when it comes to the gang aspect of it. They're trying to prove there's a gang when they have 110-page report that they're about to put in about Instagram and gang stuff. But if they want to use that, we can argue that. But to say that because he had it on this day, 2 months later a fight happens that he's not even part of, that means it's his. I think that's a huge stretch, and I believe under 403 analysis, the probative value is completely outweighed with that, Your Honor.
I apologize. I'm exhibiting it now. I'm inarticulate in the sense that what I was referencing as the same day as the fight is the text messaging from July 12th, in which the defendant is texting members of his family. He's texting about this fight and this individual.
He's texting about the fight that we watched?
Yes, he's calling the individual a rat, and he's saying that.
Okay, tell me about that. Tell me about those text messages.
He's texting. So I can tell you that he has his phone because he has text messages his mom. He is text messaging somebody who clearly is in the same gang, and then he's using gang identifiers as changing C's to B's and things of that nature. And they're talking about someone who's a rat, and then DOA, which will be dead on arrival, is what the gang expert would say to that man. And with circumstantial evidence, the state would be he's clearly talking about the individual in which he stated that he is filming with his phone the fight in his cell.
Do you have an exhibit with the text messages?
I can pull it up, Your Honor.
Would you mind just pulling the mic towards yourself since you're reading them? And it is helpful for you to read them because they're small.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll start with this. It's 7/12/2025 at 11:16. I ain't gonna lie, these boys won't know. And it's $5 twin. Well, I won't read you can read. You want me to read for the record?
Please.
All right. Let's see. And all the Billy Bros on 23 and 1, we just ate the N-word nightmare. The Billy N-word nightmare and Shid, SHIID. They might buck y'all's store, but I got 10 to 15 in food to use a N-word name. And then he references he a rat, and then he references DOA, which would be the gang expert would testify means dead on arrival, and that's the same day as it relates to the fight, Your Honor.
It's at what time?
11. That's around 11:35 in the morning.
And when is the fight?
Later that afternoon, I believe. I don't remember the exact time, to be perfectly frank with the court.
Oh, no. You were just looking for what time?
Oh.
Please stop the stream for a second till he's got it, so.
So, well, I'll just concede that one video, the fight video.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, my inclination is to allow both that text message if you choose to use it and the first video. If during the course of the expert's testimony it seems like there's a proper foundation laid for the second video, I'm not disallowing it right now. But if you choose not to offer it, that's fine. So I'm going to find that with regard to the balancing test, the probative value exceeds the prejudice of that first video, as well as that text message. Is there anything else I need to review before that expert?
So for the phone, that's it. Y'all aren't trying to get anything else.
Say it again.
So for the phone, that's it. Just the video from May 28th and the text message. There's nothing else that he's gonna. Okay.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in.
That just keeps it clean.
Yeah.
No, I got it. Too much toggling.
Okay. Go right ahead.
I don't think this one. State would call Special Agent Jared Coleman.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear to affirm the testimony you give to the court the truth, the whole truth, so help me.
I swear.
Right now, have a seat into the mic. State explain it in court.
My name is Jared Coleman.
Say, good afternoon, Mr. Coleman.
Afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the United States federal government.
And prior to your employment with the United States government, can you tell the jurors where did you work?
Yes, I was employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a special agent.
And can you tell the jurors how long were you employed with the GBI or the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a special agent with that division?
Yes, sir. So I started my employment in April of 2015 and continued with the GBI until August of 2023.
And while being employed or working with the GBI, can you tell the jurors a little bit about your roles and responsibilities at the GBI as a special agent?
Yeah, so started out my career as a field agent, working homicides, public corruption, those types of cases at our Region 2 field office, which is down in Columbus, covering 13 counties. I did a short stint investigating drug crimes at our West Metro Drug Task Force over in Carrollton. And then I was selected and asked to help stand up the Governor's Gang Task Force for the GBI. Spent the majority of my career working gang crimes, gang nexus type investigations.
And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of State Exhibit 154?
Yes, sir, I have.
And can you tell the jurors, do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do recognize it.
And how do you recognize it, and what is it?
It's the expert witness gang investigative report that I wrote.
And your prior review of that document and the pages contained within it, did it fairly and accurately, is it a fair and accurate copy of the actual report that you did as it relates to your opinions and conclusions for this case?
Yes, sir.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154 into evidence.
Any objection?
So no objection to 154 being put into evidence, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that that falls under the continuing witness rule suspicion. That's correct.
Okay. It's admitted.
Thank you.
It was 154, right? 154?
154, yes.
Okay.
Now, in State's Exhibit 153, the Instagram account for the defendant, Julian Conley, can you explain to the jurors the steps that you take in reviewing what's contained within the Instagram for the defendant?
Yeah, so when we get the information, we'll generally look at the what's provided to us by, generally it's from Meta, but basically, is this the right device? Is this, the name that we're looking for, making sure that they've provided us the records for the appropriate individual. And then we'll go through and we'll look at conversations that have been had. We'll look at photographs that have been posted. We'll look at information that's been shared between parties, who they're friends with, really the totality of that information as much as we can and as much as reasonably possible.
Where it says registered email address and other information contained below on page 2?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors the email address that's associated with the Instagram account that you received from Meta as it relates to this defendant is what?
Yes, so the registered email address is jconley700@gmail.com.
And is it common based on your experience and number of investigations that you've done using, well, have you used social media and the like in your prior investigations?
Oh, it's almost in every investigation. Social media comes in some shape, form, or fashion.
Can you tell the jurors, is it a common thing or is it something you've commonly come across where vanity or usernames are changed often and throughout the individual's use of the specific account?
The vanity name, yes. It's fairly common.
And is that something that occurred or that you were able to see as it relates to this defendant's Instagram account records?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors the vanity names or the usernames that changed and were associated with this defendant's Instagram?
Yes, sir. So there are 3 different names that were associated with this account. The first one being XL Fendi, FENDII 700, to where it was changed to XL Youngin, YUNGIN 700, and then it was subsequently changed to Youngin Looney, Young Looney, YUNGLOONEY with an underscore.
Now, I know it's been a number of years since you reviewed the documents contained within 153 for the entire account related to this defendant, but would you agree that the account, or the pages that you received and the content in full for the Instagram account of this defendant was over roughly 50,000 pages?
It was a significant number of pages.
Can you tell the jurors, how do you tackle or do you review information in such a voluminous manner?
So a lot of times what we'll start off with is a lot of like keywords that we would typically expect to see associated with an individual. If we have some type of indication that, hey, maybe they're associated with the Bloods, we'll start throwing in a little bit of Bloods lingo and a find feature to say, are we getting hits in these records, which would let us know, okay, if you're starting to see a number of hits, you're like, okay, we really want to dive in deep on this. If you're not getting any hits at all on any type of Bloods lingo, well, maybe we're not, maybe what we think this is not appropriate, right? So that's kind of how you begin the initial sifting through those types of records. Once you start to get those types of hits, that's when you start to dig down and say, okay, let's start looking at images. Are they, demonstrating themselves in the images that they're creating, that they're taking of themselves, that is demonstrating this association? You get through as much as you can and you collect as much as you can, but eventually once you start, on some cases, once you start just getting voluminous amounts of evidence, you're just kind of beating a dead horse as you continue to see more and more and more and more and more and more. If you see the association is there.
Okay, and I want to talk specifically about some of the images that you located and the messages and things of that nature you located within the Instagram account. Were there times, I guess, when coming to your conclusion or your opinions, are you only looking for things that this defendant posted himself, or are things that he shared that other people said in regards to specifically here the Pyrie Bloods relevant to your investigation and the conclusions that you come to about this defendant's membership in the Pyrie Bloods?
Yeah, you're looking for both. Not only, what the individual is posting about themselves, but also what they're, sharing and getting their reaction from, because that shows, if I'm sharing things and I'm getting reactions from that, and I'm getting reactions from other individuals who are demonstrating solidarity, that's showing that demonstration of the loyalty to the gang. So that's important to see just as much as what the personal demonstration is.
Okay, and is it, for lack of better words, is it kind of like advertising?
Yeah.
Okay, and there should be an image from State Exhibit 153. Can you tell the jurors this image that you were able to locate and it's contained within your report, kind of the significance of it and how it how you used it to form your conclusions and opinions.
Yeah, so the top line that you're able to see on the image. When I find out who you are, I swear on Elm Street Pyru. So that's like saying I swear on God, I swear on my mother. The poster in this case is swearing on the reputation of the gang, specifically spelling out the name of the gang, Elm Street Pyru.
Okay, and we'd be here all day. My next question would be: did you find a series of posts like this as it relates to Pyru Bloods and this defendant's not only posting but advertising or sharing other people's membership?
There were a number of posts, yes, sir.
So as it relates to the next image contained in State Exhibit 153, can you explain to the jurors the significance of this image and how it formed your opinion as it relates to this defendant's association and membership with the Pyru Bloods?
Yes, so you've got the numbers going brazy right now. So you've got the C, Crips is spelled with a C as a sign of disrespect to the Crips. You replace the C with a B. So instead of going crazy, we're going brazy. So you got the lingo up there. You've got the images of the wearing of the red, the name, the XL Fendi, the display of firearms. So it means, hey, look, I'm dangerous. I've got a gun. All of those things kind of put together.
And I want to skip to this next image. Do you see on the next image where this defendant has commented on a live video and taken a screenshot?
Yes, so it was from the XL Fendi account, which was associated with the defendant, and it says, "You a dumb, don't ever say that shit again. I'ma strip you myself on blood." So remember how I talked about the rolling O's? So in blood, you take the O's out and you replace it with 356. 356 is used to represent Elm Street Bloods. So I may be dating myself here, but like when you used to have to text by the number, you'd have like different letters on each number, right? So ESP is 156 on the number pile. So that number is used to represent Elm Street Pyrus.
And in the next image that you see, do you see the image that you located within the account where it starts with "You never switched up on me, this is why I love you," and it continues?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jurors how this was significant to your investigation and your findings in conjunction with what you've already talked about, the loyalty and love and its interchangeability?
Do you happen to recall where this is in the report, sir?
Yes, and why I am locating that. Can you explain to the jurors, do you see in the post where it's the use of gang identifiers in the writings by this defendant?
Yeah, so
I apologize. At this point, I'm going to have to object. It's clear that there's something on the screen that's been projected for everyone to see, yet this witness is reading from something that I honestly don't know what it is. It's not what's on the screen because he's flipping through pages, so I object to this witness reading from something that's not in evidence and that I have not seen before.
He said it's from his report, which is States Exhibit 154, which is in evidence.
Okay, you're looking at your report.
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to come see? It's okay.
As long as we know what it is, thank you.
Okay.
I would direct you to page 57 of your report at the very bottom of that page.
Yeah, got it. So it's an Instagram post that's referencing brothers' blood or not.
And can you explain, I guess, the significance of that as it relates to association and membership with the blood gang or Pyru Bloods?
So for this post, it's talking about just the concept of brothers, whether we are related by blood or who I claim to be my brother otherwise.
And in this next image from the defendant's Instagram 153, where it says PSA from Slime, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here and the significance?
Yeah, so PSA, public service announcement from Slime. Slime has kind of become synonymous with a term that's used to mean Atlanta-based bloods. It's it's kind of a homegrown type thing. So it's a reference to a public service announcement from Atlanta Bloods.
And along those lines, can you tell the jurors where the image that says FW My Elm Shit, what that means in regards to membership and association or advertising for Pirate Bloods?
Yeah, so FW stands for fuck with. So fuck with my elm shit basically means do business with me, associate with me, and all of my brothers who are a part of this gang as well.
And then can you tell the jurors in the next image projected on the screen where it says Happy 356 Day, can you tell the jurors what does that mean?
So Happy 356 Day is the birthday for the gang to my P's. The PZZ is to my Pyrus. Big E's. E's is a reference to the Elm Street Pyrus. That's why you've got the capital E's in the word freeze, because it's bolstering the image, because the E's are the big group. And then you've got it on the red bandana, and then the Philadelphia Phillies image that's down there, that gets used by Pyrus because it's a red P. It's a reappropriation of that image for the purposes of the gang to represent that affiliation.
And then along those lines, you've talked about the importance of the 700 block of Elm Street. Is this an example of what you've previously referenced?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can you tell the jurors, do you see the last line where it says ISK8 Mob?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
So, Ice Skate Mob, I don't really know what Ice Skate means, but he's associating it with the gang. I have not had that explained to me. Mob is commonly used by Bloods to mean member of Bloods. And then you've got the 700 block Elm Street Pyru. So it hasn't been specifically defined to me why the Ice Skate portion is important, but he is associating it with the gang.
And so along those lines, I want to kind of transition to some of the identifiers, whether it be colors, bandanas, hand signs. Were you able to find images and videos as it relates to commonly used colors, hand signs that are connected with or show association with the Pyru Bloods?
Yes, sir, many.
All right. Show you.